Kolleginnen und Kollegen, bevor es gleich losgeht, wir werden ja heute
Dear colleagues, before we start, we're going to have a couple of languages today, and this is why I would like to ask everybody to pick up a headset at the entrance desk so that you can listen to all the presentations in the different languages as they will be interpreted.
Ist das mein Wasser? Genau. Ja, liebe Kolleginnen und
Colleagues, there are still people registering, but we wanted to start off in time, and for that reason, let me welcome you very warmly, dear colleagues. Welcome to our international conference, welcome to Germany, and welcome to the Friedrich-Ebert Foundation, our partner organizations, and at this point, Mirko Herberg, I would like to thank you and your time for all the work you accomplished. You opened your doors and your premises for this conference, and on behalf of all participants, I would like to thank you very warmly. And dear Mirko, we are very glad that the Friedrich-Ebert Foundation has been our partner for many years, and thank you for that as well. Well, welcome to August Bebel, Clara Zetkin's, and Rosa-Luxemburg's country. Is Mrs. Frank somewhere here? You and your team from Rosa-Luxemburg Foundation would like to thank you for your work as ver.di Trade. Together with the Rosa-Luxemburg Foundation, we laid the basis for a future cooperation along the delivery chain in South Africa in connection with wine. Thank you very much for your efforts. Well, and last but not least, Heiner Köhnen, dear colleagues from Thai, I would like to thank you very warmly as well for the international work you have accomplished so far. Thank you for this major contribution. Well, I would also like to welcome Stefanie Nutzenberger from ver.di Trade. She's the division manager. And Juan Ackmann, the manager for retail and trade. I would like to welcome them on behalf of all ver.di colleagues and all my full-time colleagues who are here. I'm very glad to see many familiar faces as division managers from all the different regional organizations. Great to have you here. And I'm also very glad to welcome Matthias Bolton from Uni Global. I don't know if he's arrived already. So, Matthias, hello. He is the manager of, he's head of commerce from Uni Global. And I would like to welcome my international colleagues, the trade union representatives and rural workers, textile workers from Bangladesh, India, Brazil, and South Africa. A warm welcome to you. I would have loved to welcome our colleagues from Sri Lanka today, but due to labor conflicts, they cannot come, but you will certainly understand this. And dear Works Council representatives, we would like to welcome you very warmly to this international conference. We are glad to welcome workers from trade, commerce, and all different kinds of retail. For example, textile, food, furniture, pharmaceuticals, wholesale, and department stores, and also online shopping platforms. And also a warm welcome to all guests and viewers of the live stream. Well, and before moving on to the agenda, before I pass the floor to Stefanie Nutzenberger, I would like to give you a few hints on the housekeeping here. I do hope that everybody's got a receiver for the simultaneous translation. You can find a list of the different channels available here, and I hope you've entered your name in the participants list. There will be a new list tomorrow. For that reason, please be there in time so that we can start early. And well, we will be taking photos and videos. There are also photo and video free zones for everybody who does not feel comfortable with photos or videos being taken. And well, please give a hint to the photographer during the workshop sessions if you do not wish to be photographed. Of course, we still have the COVID-19 pandemic and the numbers are rising. And I'm glad that you have tested yourselves before this meeting. We should do the same tomorrow. Please keep a certain distance. We also have ventilation here, but do remember the normal standards. Well, you can find in your information pack the agenda and also the times for our breaks. And should you have any questions, please turn to the information desk. There will always be somebody to assist you. The meals, well, lunch will be in the restaurant. It is in the opposite building. You may have discovered coffee there. And during the breaks, there will be refreshments as well. Well, what is awaiting you today? Well, we will have 2 plenary sessions, and there should serve as a basis for the subsequent discussions. We will hear presentations of issues and challenges. There will be different workshop phases, 2 of them today. They will happen in parallel. And if you do not have a number on your name tag, and if you have not yet entered your name on any of those walls, please select a workshop. You will also find the different room numbers. There will be 2 workshop rooms in the upper floor. There is a lift as well, and 1 workshop session will be held in this room. And well, we have prepared a broad program, really, and as I said, there will be workshop sessions in parallel. And if you have not found the workshop you would like to attend, we will still have ample room for discussion tomorrow. And well, we will hear Bärbel Koffler. She's the Parliamentary State Secretary to the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development in Germany. And there will be the opening of the exhibition by Anna Schmidt. It is a dignity valuation, value creation. And in the bistro, there will be this exhibition that you can visit at any time during this conference. Well, tonight we will have a possibility for mutual exchange. There will be a reception. I wish you a good and fruitful conference. I look forward to now pass the floor to Stefanie Nutzenberger.
Thank you, Maren. Who spoke to you is Maren Ulbrich. She's the coordinator for industrial politics, and with our colleagues from the federal expert area, she has organized the conference together with the people she had thanked for doing so. Thank you, Maren, to you too. The conference has your handwriting, and this is your applause. So, we are lucky to be able to sit here without masks, and that makes singing easier to us, which is what we want to do now together, because we have an anniversary with us. Program, congratulations. You have come very far to celebrate your birthday with us.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, lieber Gott. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. My 21-year-old daughter, my daughter turns 21 in November. She would love this. Thank you very much. I'm embarrassed.
Dear colleagues, 500 million people work in global supply chains. That's a figure which one of the representatives of the ministry mentioned last week. 500 million people. I was lucky to get some insights into the life of those who work in these global supply chains. I got to know 3 women in Bangladesh who sleep together in one bed, 1.40 m wide, a 9 square meter room, sharing something what we would call a living space, although that's not adequate, with 100 more people, with a single kitchen, and the hygienic conditions is something that you may only imagine. I have met Indians who sat on the floor, and I get goosepimples as I think about this, and sorted membership cards of unionists with a power and joy to do this. They sorted these membership tickets. In Brazil, I got to know 5 young men living in a single house, concrete on the walls and the floor, and he told us that he doesn't know what his newborn baby looks like because he is 10 hours away from home to harvest oranges. These are impressive moments for me. Just as you have, as well as the talks that we have had here with you, with me, all together, reporting about the pressure that you are subjected to by work control, by algorithms. And when I report this, I see one thing that unites us all, which is the wish and the will to improve the working conditions of the employees. And this is why many years ago, if I say we is first of all ver.di and Thai, we started to anchor international work in ver.di, and the representation of that is the works, the Corporation X chains, and the network Oranges, and the network wine, which we are just building now. And one of the most important people who built this up is Bernhard Frank, and the colleague from Heidelberg started it. They are the root, so to say, of the international work that we have in ver.di trade today. This has been founded by you. That will be a good round, good opportunity for applause now. The conference 2 years ago and today, very important milestones to show what happens in regional networks, in regional meetings, in the corporations H&M, and so on. And this is where life lives from you, from your active work. And this networking in Germany and international, that is what makes us strong. We meet on different conferences from different regions of the world, from different companies, and we develop our international work together. This is a work on eye level, and to support our power of negotiation along the whole delivery of supply chain. And the big topic here is digitization, which we want to understand better and develop new strategies. And the expression of this are a number of different points. I just have the forum from a number of colleagues here, the tariff work in IKEA, H&M, Primark, health protection, and so on. Kreis Frankfurt with different works councils. I think it's solely ladies at Zara, the active circle Kaufland, looking on change and development, new of the KBR, the group works council at Edeka. Today you're going to have excerpts from the work of all these groups and have exchange, and in all these initiatives international work plays a role. From all these initiatives we have colleagues who are present here at this conference, and the conference also gives us opportunity to present the discussion as we have it as of today in its present status, and to see what the next steps may be. Expression of our common work is also the supply chain rulings, and we also come in with rulings on European level. That this is a law, with all gaps that it has, is our common success. The climate change and its effect on the employment in different regions is already notable, even though in some areas more than in others. If you think about especially along the Africa, Australia, Latin America, India, and Southeast Asia, the consequences of global warming are going to be much more dramatic than probably they will be here in Central Europe. Increasing temperatures, high risk of strain and fatigue and work, higher temperatures favor the spreading of insects and by that transmission of diseases. Extreme weather conditions are more frequent, so that the employees, especially in agriculture, will probably be subject to a higher risk. And that doesn't even take me to higher UV radiation levels due to the climate change. These examples alone show us how important it is and was that we started early off anchoring the international work, and that we have to carry on with that common joint action in all the countries that we have gone to and that we will go to with our colleagues in so many places around the world is important. We work for the protection of health and work. We develop instruments. What unifies us and what makes us strong and what gives us power is that we get strong for a life in dignity. We stand up for respect and appreciation. And when many years ago I've heard the international solidarity, when I called that, since then our common work has also filled me with pride. We fight for respect and appreciation of the working people, and I'm very happy to be able to welcome all of you here, active unionists from Germany and our international guests. But I want to say that you, by now, are far more than guests or international guests. You are co-fighters. You are fighters and as such. You are unionists, friends, and in all these years. And I welcome Sandra, Chotata, Parcello, Marcea, Raimundo, Mara, Julia, Herzio, Trevor, Rhino, and later on our colleague from the NGS and Gorde. That is your applause. We discuss together and act together. What does the future mean for the employees along the supply chains? How do we set up our unionist work? How do we have to set up our international cooperation? We are on a common way, and we have to find answers to the change locally, regionally, and internationally. And I'm very pleased to ask our co-hosts here to the stage, Joko, Jan, and Patrick.
Mikrofon gehört dir.
Well, dear Stephanie, dear friends, I am very pleased to be able to welcome you to Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung. The transnational engagement that we see here deserves all respect. That we join here together is an appreciation that we want to share with you. It is not a matter of fact, and it's not a given. It is exceptional that you, in the context of your time, your free time, commit yourselves for the working conditions of your colleagues along the supply chains. This commitment is necessary in the times that we live in. In particular, it is important for the colleagues in other places of the supply chain. We know about the rights of employees worldwide. The global legal index of the international trade unions express this every year, how the space of getting active as unions is closing down every year, and that is what we have to fight against. The transnational work for trade unions is the core of the Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung. In our over 100 foreign offices, we cooperate with unions wherever we can, with local, regionals and global partners, and I'm very pleased that our global partners, Onur and Matthias from their union are here, and Industrial will be here tomorrow. We are looking for the development of strategies and the extension of power resources along the supply chains. FES also made sure and strengthens for a delivery chain network, which is an additional instrument that we have in order to empower our work. And the law alone, the legal act, is not going to improve the situation. We have to fill it with life actively, and I'm very sure that you will make your contribution to this. At this point, I also like to thank you for the trustful cooperation with Maren, Heiner, Warren, and Carola. Please all feel at home here in Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung. And also, before I forget, my thanks also goes to the technical producers who allow us, or who allow colleagues who can't be present here to join, and also to the interpreters who allow our international exchange. Enjoy the coming 2 days, and I wish you all the best and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Muito bom dia para todos e todas.
Good morning, everybody.
Bom, nós queremos também agradecer e estender nossos agradecimentos também aos trabalhadores e às trabalhadoras,
Like
aos
to
intérpretes que
thank
de fato
everybody,
encurtam as distâncias que nos separam.
especially the representatives, the workers' representatives, and we would like to thank the interpreters and everybody who is helping to register the participants, and everybody else who is helping to make this event happen so that we can tell our stories.
Pouco antes da pandemia, e de lá para cá
It
muita
was
coisa
also
aconteceu
in 2020, shortly before the outbreak of the pandemic. Thai brought us here, and many lives were lost, also of workers who used to work with us, and we will not relent in our efforts. We continue to experience many difficulties, and it is really important that we stand here again, that we stand here jointly so that we can move into the future and make progress in our efforts. We from Thai are represented in Southeast Asia, in Africa, and in South America, especially in Brazil, where I come from. And this time of pandemic has led to the fact that work has become even more precarious, a lot more precarious than before. The pandemic has devastated the whole planet. It took many lives, and it led to the fact that working conditions have even more deteriorated. Work has become more precarious, even more precarious, and for that reason, this meeting here is not just an isolated event, but it is really part of a holistic process. Every time we stand here, we move one step ahead. We are not only represented at this event so that people listen to us, so that we make nice speeches. Instead, we want to exchange experience. We want to improve our working conditions by nurturing relationships, by maintaining relationships, and thus we would like to thank TAI, and we would also like to thank ver.di. We would like to thank the Friedrich-Ebert Foundation that we call FES in Brazil, and of course the Rosa-Luxemburg-Stiftung. We are glad to be able to be here again, and we would also like to thank ver.di Trade so that this event has been made possible. Thanks to everyone.
Ja, liebe Stefanie, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, genau, ich werde auf Deutsch sprechen. Es ist schön, euch alle hier zusammenzusehen und eigentlich
It's great to see you all here and to sense that we are in the same room. I'm from the Rosa-Luxemburg Foundation, and I'm the program manager for international trade union work, and a warm welcome to my South African colleagues. This is where I stayed for several years. 2 years ago, we did not think it possible that we would be discussing about international delivery chains. Instead, we would have had a minute of silence for all our colleagues who died in big waves. We are coming out of, or we are in the midst of challenges associated with delivery chains, a pandemic, and the challenges in the delivery chains. And the challenges are always made experience by people in the global south. It is the weakest who sustain the consequences. Let me give you a quote from Rosa-Luxemburg. She said, sometimes the most revolutionary thing you can do is to name the facts. Well, what we have to say is, we want to talk about trade union work along delivery chains, and we shouldn't forget how these value chains and delivery chains are organized. Structurally, they are established in a way that the global south is put at a disadvantage at any time, and we should not underestimate the fact that also in the centers of capitalism we will clearly change beyond solidarity all the way through to a different structure. I think we have three crises at the moment. It's a climate crisis, and we have a crisis in transport due to a war in the value chains, and we have a food crisis as well. And our South African colleagues are faced with the situation as follows. We have an energy price crisis or energy crisis that will hit us hard in winter, but in South Africa the food supply is not guaranteed. And from my point of view, this conference is also important because beyond all areas there is one basic idea of the workers' movement. It is the fact that out of these multiple crises, out of this resistance, we will not be able to come out of it if we are played off against each other, but only if we exercise solidarity. And that means that we need to be clear about our responsibilities. The costs, for example, the climate adaptation processes in the north must not be at the expense of the global south. Our society is in fear, our own organization. Everybody notices that we cannot continue as before, and changes are imminent, and we do not know how to face up to it. And we need a just transition now. This is what we are calling for as trade unions in the north, but we need a strategy that will almost overtax us in the years to come. But let me repeat, the outlook that can happen starts in rooms like this one. Works councils, trade unions, where people sit together from the global south and the global north. If they look into each other's eyes and check how it can work, it is not only about working conditions, but it is about a new form of organization, also the organization of jobs and labor in general, so that we have a totally new transnational organizational structure, so that changes are brought about everywhere. Even if we have to restructure and organize that international work and cooperation, we find a totally new form. A new quote from Rosa-Luxemburg. From prison, in her letters, she said, we need to face up to the problems of the world. We need to be bold, and nonetheless, we must not relent, and we must never lose our smile. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for these very impressive and moving words of introduction. And as we heard already, we will have to fight with the fact that there are so many working and living conditions that ultimately kill workers. Workers are killed due to these terrible conditions, and we will have a minute of silence. Solidarity without borders at eye level, no matter whether it is in the northern or southern hemisphere. We want the same justice. We workers produce values, and thus we want to live in dignified conditions, ending exploitation. We do not want to sell wine from South Africa that has the blood of our colleagues from South Africa. It is terrible that our colleagues die in wine growing due to the fact that working conditions are not complied with. We don't want to sell trousers or t-shirts with the blood of our colleagues from India, Bangladesh or Sri Lanka on them. It is enough with, we've had enough with these working conditions. Orange juice from Brazil is more than bitter if our colleagues in the plantations, at the farms, if snakes bite workers or if they risk their health due to poison and insecticides. Capitalists want to risk the lives of the workers. Our lives and our health are worth more than just accumulating profit. We have to end this kind of exploitation and these working conditions. I would now like to ask you to have a 1 minute of silence for our workers, our colleagues along the value chain.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you.
We have heard the greetings of our colleagues referring to solidarity, international solidarity, And that is why I'm especially pleased to welcome Mara, Annette, and Theo to the stage, who will present our network Orangensaft, orange juice. We would like to take the next 2 days to talk about our orange juice network. It's an intersectorial network that we represent different industries in, which is connected to Germany on the rural workers network and in trade as well. In Brazil, it's 41 unions in Sao Paulo, Pará, and Minas Gerais, and we cooperate with industries and in rural workers level with ver.di. We have had 6 years of work to integrate the different unions who are not in big exchange in Brazil throughout the whole supply chain. And in that work, we have created experiences and cooperation to change reality of the rural workers. I think my presentation is not moving on. I was told that this moves automatically. Well, anyway, I wanted to show you some photos, what the working conditions are. This is a part of the life reality of the workers in rural areas where they live, how the transport's going on, the problem of agrotoxics, and the missing transparency. This is something that we will go down in detail on in the next 2 days. And we will mention also the challenges that we share. Oh, the green button moves forward. Okay, good. Here we see the supply chain, not only in Brazil. We are aware that these problems are not only posed to the Brazilian workers, but it's a precarization in Germany as well. And this is why we don't want to transfer help from north to south, but we want to develop common strategies to involve and strengthen every worker along the whole supply chain. In Brazil, we have started the cooperation with the colleagues. Theo is going to detail on that. Well, I want to present a very wonderful person, Theo. He's like a father to me. By the way, from Rewe Group. We are both from the trade Germany, retail that is, and we are well aware what our problems are, what the problems are in South America, and these are the same problems that we have here in Germany. Also here we are addressing our group management in the Works Council's meetings, or even directly talking to the boards, the management boards, to bring forward what problems we have, that this is not forgotten. Yes, I'm a bit scared. No, not really. I was scared when we started 6 years ago, when we visited Brazil to see the conditions of the work there. And I actually took my office, or we as a group group approached this to make a change. And I think over the years we were able to do some changes. And I also want to point out that this is something I'd like to underpin here, that I work along the whole supply chain and kick the ass of my company as well, because that's difficult. They don't want to move as we want them to, and in some places they are not ready to do anything. But what I did learn over the past years, the customer contact that you have is a good lever, because the customers get more aware when they do their shopping. So we have customers who come in and say, cheap, cheap, and we say, no, this is not true. The people who produce everything, the jeans, the textiles, the orange juice, they give their life for a penny, and this is what the customers have to be made aware of. And during these 6 years in working together with our companions in Germany and the supply chains and the representations, the strategic development of our work, we have mentioned some of the problems along the supply chains. This involves a couple of instruments which we will discuss in the group work and so on during the next 2 days to get to know them in a better way. These are tools that allow us to extend our capacities to work, to empower our work, and to create processes in the construction together with the workers. And we have set up different programs to start up our work over the past 6 years, very intensive work. We've implemented these tools with the workers, and we have achieved improvements of our work conditions in a number of negotiations. This is the development of the international solidarity, north and south, south and north. It's not a unilateral way. It's not a one-way road. I think this is something that goes along the whole supply chain in both directions. And I want to thank you all as well here for your commitment in the work to strengthen the work of the workers all along the supply chains, independently of the situation where you are in. And I hope that we can improve the work conditions for the workers worldwide. Thank you. Thank you, Mara, Annette, and Theo, for the presentation of the Orange Juice Network as, I think, an important example for solidarity put to life along the supply chain. And we'll start with the first keynote now for Dr. Heiner Köhn. Stephanie has presented him, announced it. We've had ver.di Connects as a project for many, many years, and Heiner is one of the faces, one of the major faces of that project. Heiner has worked on the international work and digitization, automation along the supply chain. And not only him, but we found out that transformation changes the relationship between capital and work. And Heiner, in his work, has described this transformation with his colleagues, with the different unions, with colleagues in the different areas, inspecting what processes there are and what challenges arises from this, what are the findings that we have with respect to transformation of the companies, what are the effects for the employees, and what are the challenges that derive from this for us in the union's work in the international cooperation. And this is why I would like to hand over to Heiner Köhn and welcome him to the stage.
Thank you very much. I'm also very, very glad indeed that this conference can take place. We have organized it for the second time. We started off more than 20 years ago, and well, Mara just pointed out we don't just want help from the north in the global south. Well, we arrived to Sri Lanka, and a colleague from H&M, and she said, "We want to help you." This was in a round of introduction, and then the colleague said, "Oh, well, then you should go back to the airport because this is not what we need. If you come here as colleagues and if you want to think together with us how we can change structures, that will be okay for us." This was a learning process that you have to renew all the time. It's about international solidarity. Exploitation may be different in South Africa, Brazil, South Asia, or Germany, but it continues to be exploitation that we want to understand and change. Well, and during the last conference, it was the first time that we gave a face to this joint work by coming together from different continents, and we talked about strategies to bring about change. Today, we will go a step further. Today, we want to think about what a transformation of a trade along the supply chains mean. Mara and Steffi said it already. Together with ver.di Connect, we have been working for several years in order to think about what this change means and entails. We did it in different continents. Well, first of all, in South Asia. Gautam will report here. And, well, our suspicions were correct. This change is a very fundamental one because it changes lives, because the trade and retail groups in Europe and worldwide discuss in a very self-confident manner how they shape the cities, who shops where. Well, and you will see examples of where companies like H&M say, well, maybe the smaller cities are no longer profitable for us. Maybe they should shop digitally only. Well, it changes the way we work, and thus this is what we are trying to show, and we want to deepen these thoughts and reflections in the working groups and the relationship between capital and labor. What conflicts do we have, and what tools do we have, and what tools do we need to develop for adequate answers and in order to be able to fight together? Steffi said it already. Today in the plenary and also in the working groups, we want an exchange on how this change has to be understood. There are gaps, and we have white spots in the map, and this is where we need to bring about improvements. This afternoon, we will have an exchange on our first strategies. And we will have to continue to learn, but we embarked on this path because everything I will tell is, well, the future is the way we shape it. It is not made by technology, but it's made by humans. And it depends on us, humans, on how we shape this change. And of course, we will hear from the experience from the value chains, our colleagues from the Global South, from South Africa, Brazil, and South Asia. Well, I wanted to give you a broad outline, and we talk about a platform capitalism, platform economy. It is a notion that is not very common in other countries, so you have to define this notion. A company like an organization like Amazon that we all know as a platform, well, obviously they sell and buy, but it is a company that is the marketplace as such. They create the conditions under which they create the market conditions that define who can participate in it. So thus other businesses risk being annihilated because Amazon set the conditions. with the help of the data from others, because actually they're a data-driven company and they use the data from the competition in order to improve themselves. So on the one hand, they are economically active, but they define entire value chains. A company like Alibaba even has an influence on what farmers get state subsidies in order to participate in certain platforms. So this is the level of penetration of these organizations. And well, the Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung has published a study on public infrastructure. It's a public good. And how far do we have access to the internet? How much does it cost? So it's not the state, but the companies who provide that. They influence our needs. Amazon can use artificial intelligence, like if you have a heart condition, apparently you can tell by the voice. So if you call this company, and they would send you heart medication. Or Google, Amazon, they really know about our needs because they permanently evaluate where we research, what we search, and where we shop. And there's another aspect that is hardly discussed. Amazon is not a trading company, but it's a technology group that make their own production means. Robots, for example. Amazon makes robots, and I will come back to that later. There is a long-standing cooperation with Volkswagen. What is their task? The rationalization of suppliers and their relationships. And they cooperate with Siemens in order to make and develop such packages in order to sell them. So they influence other industries, and thus they shape the world. Zara, Edeka, Ikea, it's similar. They also determine how and where we shop. And I mentioned this already, like H&M, like if they close 1,200 outlets, it doesn't fit, they were profitable, but they closed them nonetheless. Or Gautam will also tell us about supplier relationships, rationalization and digitalization. Also attempts to have a digital control of working conditions directly. And ultimately, it also determines, academics or people like me, if they say there is a generation X, Y, Z, that wants to shop somehow, but it happens to fit exactly to what companies offer. So they create a need, and then they say, oh yes, we are just satisfying people's needs. So on the first page, we can already see a new quality of how global companies act globally. Second, how about technology? Well, that's an important point because it intimidates us. And I want to encourage you. You are the experts, not anyone else. Not scientists, not consultants, but you. Because you see it day by day. There are new technologies that are hyped, but they are not new technologies. Assistants like scanners or automation tools that are emerging, but there are a few really new elements, and this is our experience here. If we do not co-shape it, and our H&M colleagues will be able to tell you what happens, then apps will be the consultants. They're in retail. There are people who say, I want to be in relationship with people, but suddenly they're replaced by apps. And something we do not see, but that has great ramifications. It's all those control technologies. And I want to give you two examples in order to make this visible. Amazon and Inditex, Zara. Where Amazon is developing itself, that's so funny, a software that permanently rationalizes the job of the order pickers, and they analyze data worldwide. And the order pickers have a scanner, and they're using the data you thus create. And the organization of who works when, where, it's also taken over by an algorithm. So the manager only says, like, I have 120 people here today, and then the software stipulates who works where today. And thus the familiarization is only 1.5 days for each job. And then what center is it? Bad Hersfeld, Poland? Where do they work fastest? And where will the order go at all? It is not people who decide that, but it is an algorithm created by people that stipulates it. And Inditex is similar, and this moves us to Bangladesh. And an American super technology institute, MIT, has an algorithm in Hamburg. A jumper is being ordered, so post order would be good. So it can even do it automatically. It can automatically trigger an order, and the suppliers are selected. It more or less decides whether in Bangladesh or Turkey, where will it be produced at all. It is also the logistics path that are determined like that. It all happened via Spain. They had a big distribution center. And now, depending on the order, it goes directly to the outlet. And our colleague has an app, and she is told where to hang it. And then in Hamburg, it sells better. So it has to hang in the same place as before. So it's the same technology, the same software that controls us and brings us together in a very sad form. The farmer producing for Edeka supermarkets or something else. Another thing that I would like to mention as well is the HR planning. This is an example from H&M. So in the software, we suddenly saw there is necessary work time and facts. You can compute how many people you have where, then you can compute activities, and like in the automotive industry, you compute how much time do you need for certain jobs, and this is stored in an algorithm, and this creates a permanent densification of labor. And just one step before that, what did retail trade do before? It has nothing to do with the rest. IKEA, H&M, Primark, Kaufland, H&M, MediaMarkt, Inditex. If we want to have, a comparison between digitalized companies, we need the same basis for comparisons, not apples and oranges. And the same architecture, like in IKEA, according to sales figures, for example, and then I make sure that the structures are compared on a worldwide basis. And in parallel, it was true that standardized work steps or sequences are created, whether in Kuala Lumpur, Offenbach, or Sao Paulo. The activities in H&M will always be done in the same routine. That's a basis for comparison. And a bone of contention, what you can see all the time, the labor contracts are permanently changed. So in MediaMarkt, you have old notions like an antenna seller, but now all rounders are required, all rounders with now Works Council, with Kaufland, this happened as well. So the preconditions, whether it is wise or not, structural changes of architectures, of standardized working ways, a pressure on labor contracts in retail. It led to the fact that qualification in H&M and IKEA, we are about to change that. It doesn't have to be that way. Of course, it is about qualification, but it is the app, and it explains you how to work. And then it changes in the employment structure. In IKEA, the showroom gets smaller, the warehouse gets bigger, so you have more warehouse activities with a different structure, of course, and then densification of work that is created by the fact that the whole sequence from the making all the way through to the sale, how fast is it, how long do they need, so they keep analyzing and thus densifying the activities, and thus optimization. Then man technology, ver.di, we, the trade unions stand for digitalization and technology, but a technology that supports us as human workers. And it supports us as humans, and we don't want to be the monkeys at the machine. If you have more time, I show a digital changing room. This is what textile companies use, so customers can digitally wave. They don't even need to enter the changing room, and the worker is a kind of hunting tool. You press a button and it gets you a jumper, and then you measure the time. Or it could be a cool assistance device for your dialogue with the customer. One supports you and the other one is working against you. New quality of precarious employment contract. Once the app gives you instructions and you just receive instructions, you can, of course, open the door for agency workers and so on, pressure on working hours. Of course, it is ideal the algorithm wants to compute when, at what time people have to be there, how many, and then you have to work. In H&M, it led to the fact that you don't lay off personnel. It's just a voluntary program for leaving the company. Ultimately, we don't want you to leave at 4 p.m. just because you want to pick up your children. We're not interested in that. So the pressure on health is radical. So this is why we keep talking about health mapping, whether in Brazil, Asia, or Germany, South Africa. So how can we get a voice? And the health mapping activities are a tool that can be very decisive indeed. Then wholesale in ver.di Connect, we are working on it. I mentioned it already. Companies are eliminated from a certain market. They're excluded from it. And otherwise, we see highly automated warehouses. And you have to see this group. The IKEA warehouses are not isolated. It's just about a shortening of production times, and it is the densification and condensation of work that is really decisive here. And that's something you will discuss in the working groups as well, like in IKEA, where it says, well, ultimately, we have to work by the piece, and nonetheless, no, it's about something else. It is said no job rotation, and you have breaks, and so on. There is a big resistance against this permanent densification of work and working hours. And this afternoon we will hear about qualification by different tasks, work that fosters your health. And here in ver.di, we are working on new topics, because when talking about technology contracts, it is the ramifications that are regulated. We want to control the technology. We want to determine it in a way that when using this technology, we get humane work and workplaces. I'm being a bit emotional because this is really a touching issue about changes in the value chain. Well, we will once again focus on that in the working groups. It is not only about H&M and so on, but the whole supply chain. Gautam will tell us that there's a new connection of people, and of course the farmers are excluded. It's like you have a connection, like if you pick a yogurt at the shelf, it triggers a new reorder. And RFID chips is just one thing, but it is something that is really integrated directly into the production chain. And suppliers, there are different suppliers, H&M and textile workers, they need digitalization and connection to other operations. And this again harbors new potential for traps. And well, in conclusion, and this is what I would like to emphasize, digitalization is the same technology from Bangladesh to here. It is our work, our activities. That's something that will determine all our activities. And for that reason, the last slide shows that we as trade unions will work under changed conditions. In many countries, trade unions work a lot on infringements, but it is the day-to-day jobs we have to look into. And after this densification of performance that is predefined but in a new way by trading companies in a different continent, this is where we need to redefine our cooperation. We need to think solidarity is not just mutual support in labor struggle, but it is preventive work along the supply chains in joint activities, in joint shaping of technology, and how can we institutionalize it in dealing with the different companies. This is what we want to do, and this afternoon we will briefly talk about changed labor, changed conditions for works councils and trade unions, and this morning we want to deepen all this in the working group. And this afternoon we will think about how to deal with that. It will not be the way I just described. We want to co-shape this because technology is not made by God or any other technology by humans, and this is what we want to actively change. We want to actively think about a sustainable bargaining policy and cooperation. If it is true that we are connected differently, not just the market but also the technology, then we need to find out how we can find ways to work and demands in order to link this up, because our will to have sustainable employment in trade along the supply chain instead of working under precarious conditions, poor pay, and poor consulting for the customer. Thank you very much. And I have tried to speak twice as fast to keep in line with the schedule here. But what I'm presenting here is not my business, but your business. Nan told me a lot. I've traveled a lot. I talked to everyone. We have been permanently talking about slides and procedures and strategies, and we keep fine-tuning them. It is your business. I would like to emphasize it. Be self-confident in your discussions and demands. I look forward to meeting you in the working groups. It will not be about strategies, but it is about this panorama. How do we need to understand this change in the different industries and worldwide? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Heiner. Before we move on to the workshops, we've got another plenary session to review the interesting input Heiner gave us with some practical background from our work. And this is why I'd like to ask to the stage Stefanie Nutzenberger and Frank Schlicht. Frank is Works Council, delegated to the Group Works Council and member of the IKEA Federal 12 Commissions and another of different union functions. And I'd also want to welcome Gautam Modi. Gautam is Secretary General of N2E, the new initiative in India. And I also want to welcome Matthias Bolton, who I presented earlier, Director of the Global Union Trade Section. Okay. Picking up from what Heiner has just told us, we would like to have a little panel discussion to see how do we understand digital transformation, what are the concrete changes in the companies, where are we, what are the challenges that we face in the companies and along the whole delivery, supply and value chain. And I have to sort my cards, I'm sorry.
Okay, so, Entschuldigung,
Excuse me. It's if you don't manage your own chaos. Anyway, I've presented the colleagues on the panel, and I would like to ask the opening question to Gautam Modi. I have mentioned that you are Secretary General of M2UI, and in the Union Sri Lanka, the FT and GSEU, and the Bangladesh with the NGBV and India, represented by you and your colleagues. You set on the path to share experiences, discuss the effect of the transformation that Heiner has just mentioned in the suppliers, especially in the textile area. What is your experience? What's the status of the discussion? And what is the challenge for the unions regionally and internationally? And what are the changes that you have to discuss and what do you need to develop? Looking forward to your input.
Thank you. And I'm glad I'm at this conference again after 2.5 years. Minutes before my aircraft took off in Delhi yesterday, I received an email from a colleague at a garment factory where workers were forced out of their jobs because of COVID, but we won those jobs back. And they wrote to me saying that they have just written to the company demanding their right that the union be recognized under the agreement in which we secured their jobs. We owe the success of that struggle. When that happens, it will be a big breakthrough in the South Asian subcontinent that garment workers' trade union is actually recognized by employers. And we have that victory because we received the extraordinary solidarity of ver.di and of the fantastic young comrades at TIE. And you know, we talk about solidarity all the time. I have to say this, only when you give solidarity, you know what it is. And when you receive it, you know what it tastes like. So there's no point at the end, beyond the point, talking about solidarity in the air. It's about giving it and knowing how to receive it and knowing what to do with it. H&M may be a Swedish company. We may be affiliated to Industrial. We finally signed a settlement under the Industrial H&M GFA. But if the ver.di Works Council out here in Germany, representing the largest number of H&M retail workers in any one country worldwide, had not stood behind us, we would not have won that victory. And I'm here for these 2 days to talk about how to make that victory not just the one victory, but the victory for all garment workers and all retail workers. I'm also going to take a minute before I start. I'm honored actually to speak in place of a woman colleague, D.T. Bhattacharya, who should have been here, but is not here for various personal reasons, who has, over the last decade, educated us in the trade union movement in India, especially, but in the subcontinent, on really what the global supply chain means. And I say I'm honored because she's a woman, she's younger than me, and someone I believe the movement should be proud of. You know, there's one thing about the trade union movement. We come to things very late. And when we come to them late, we despair. And I believe that a conference like this should help us move forward, because the history of the trade union movement is written with the history of actually following technology. And as Heiner just told us, it is human beings that make technology, not technology that imposes itself on us. Whatever may have happened, COVID, the global crisis before that, the Ukraine war on our head, the cost of living crisis, there's only one group of people who benefits from it, and that's the profit system. And what that profit system achieves at every juncture is to speed up the machine and to increase the length of the working day in one form or another. And they do this through multiple ways, management systems. Today we're looking at technological change through rapid digitization. What is digitization? Between phrases like digitization and Industry 4.0, the working class of the world is overwhelmed. It's not any one thing. It's software and hardware. It's big and small. It's visible and invisible. But as workers out there, we know what is happening. And I think our ability as trade union organizations must be to take that knowledge, to be able to analyze it collectively and democratically together so that we can fight our fights. We can go on about what's happening in the garment production industry. There's just incredible change in terms of both the tools of software that are being used and the mechanization. But I think there's one thing, one piece of technology that's very obvious to all of us, both in retail and in manufacturing, and that's the RFID, perhaps the cheapest part of that technology, which has, in a way, brought the entire industry much closer together. From the time a design is thought about in Europe to the time it travels across the world and comes back to a European retail outlet, that piece of clothing is figuratively or literally, from the design to the production to the packing to the transport and to being put up on a shelf and bought and packed again, is being monitored through an RFID chip. Now that sounds wonderful for capital, but what that also means, the worker or the workers across the supply chain are being monitored and subject to a scale of control we haven't quite fathomed. 3 weeks ago, colleagues from TIE, from NGWF in Sri Lanka, NGWF in Bangladesh, FTZ in Sri Lanka, and ourselves got together in Delhi for 3 days to look at this technology. And this technology is not coming from the sky. This technology is being produced by clothing companies that one day produced clothing, today they make technology how to control clothing manufacturing. The largest technology provider in the clothing industry is a British company called Coats. It's perhaps the oldest clothing multinational the world ever had, if not the first. Straddled the British Empire, taking cloth across in the 1750s. Today is primarily a clothing industry technology provider. It's producing software, it's producing hardware. We have today workers being replaced with automation, with machines that look straight out of precision engineering factories. All of these changes also are resulting in a huge change in the structure of ownership of garment production. There's a huge concentration of capital, larger firms are emerging, and tighter relationships are evolving between multinational companies and the multinational European brands and production companies. There's been a dramatic, I heard Stephanie say this morning that now things can come from anywhere and go anywhere. The cost of transport has changed dramatically in the last 3 years. And in fact, what's becoming visible at the end is that we're experiencing in the garment industry the Uberization, so to speak, of the production end. You could have one order made in one factory in Bangladesh, not because that factory is good, not because you want that factory, but because there's a ship that will sail out 15 days from now out of a Bangladesh port. Or you will have the next order made in Bombay because there will be a DHL aircraft 5 days from now flying out to Europe. This is what we're doing. So the worker today has become, the factory is becoming dispensable. The worker is becoming even more dispensable. In a way, an exploited worker who was in the roles of the factory is now being reduced to exploited day labor, exactly like an Uber driver. But I want to end with one thing, which is why I began by saying sometimes we're very late to understand it. The global garment industry predated app-based industry in its flexibilization. If you hear the finance managers talk about what is the app-based industry, it allows you to be asset light. You do business without owning the asset. You have a fleet of taxis without owning the taxi. You have workers without having workers. 30 years ago, the global garment industry transformed itself to Uber. H&M, Inditex, Adidas didn't own their factories anymore. They said, we don't know where the shirt is made. How do you not know where the shirt is made? That is actually, I think, our battle, a battle which we've succeeded in some measure and really deepened and strengthened our fight during COVID. But every company who sells this shirt has to be able to tell you, just like our comrades in Brazil succeeded, where is this orange juice made? I want to congratulate them for their extraordinary victory. This is the victory that awaits us in the global garment industry, in the global retail industry, that every worker who makes the shirt and every worker who sells the shirt needs to be identified, whether in Bangladesh or in Berlin, and everywhere in between, including those who transported it, including those who packed it, including those who designed it. That is really about it. I believe we've taken steps between the relationship between South Asian unions and ver.di in building this. And I hope this conference, and I'm here in this conference, to really build on that so we can take these struggles forward. Thank you.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you for
Worte und vielen Dank.
these very good words and this. Thank you very much, Gautam, for your words and your valuable input. I think these words of solidarity were a very good introduction to Frank Schlicht's contribution. And at the General Works Council's meeting at IKEA's, we discussed on how we can support those colleagues who were sacked in Bangladesh because they defended their colleagues. Some of them are even in prison. We will hear more about this in the afternoon. Well, along the supply chain and the value chains, it's of course about networking. Well, the companies are acting increasingly on a global level, and for that reason, we have to ensure visibility. It's about monitoring, about control, and the exchangeability of workers. Frank has more. Yes, thank you for granting me the floor. Hello.
Ja, relativ spontan.
Well, Frank, I'm really glad that you stood in
Auch noch einen Input zu geben.
or that you declared yourself willing to make a contribution here. You are in ver.di, also on the bargaining commission in ver.di. What are your observations in the furniture stores, and well, how do you want to set up your future steps? And you also initiated the federal bargaining condition. Yes, I joined IKEA 30 years ago, and I've seen enormous changes. And well, we used to be a retailer for furniture with these yellow and blue boxes, and now we have developed into a tech company, really, and we are part of the value chains as any other big company. This has ramifications on us as well. You all know the market holds. Most of it is made in Southeast Asia, and of course this contributes to the sales result. Well, digitalization and the consequences of transformation are important. I'm from the Ruhr area, and I've seen a lot of transformation where coal and steel determined the economy, where Nokia and the automotive industry, all this was in Bochum, and they went to Romania or elsewhere. Steel and mining had no future anymore, and people in my region are really active for their future. And it's last week that we went on strike for 2 days on Friday and Saturday, and well, 4 strike days. My colleagues from Duisburg are here, and they went on strike as well. And we have to be active, and we have to become active, because the future, well, is nothing to be taken for granted. We need a pact for the future, and this is not just for ourselves. Last week, a colleague who worked in systems catering, and I even knew him as a trainee, and he said, well, I now left my job. I quit because I don't see a future anymore. And there are so many colleagues who don't see a future in my company anymore. And well, losing people is really dangerous. Maren and Orhan were at the Düsseldorf Works Council conference, and they said, well, IKEA is no longer attractive for workers, and there's a need for action, really. I know the company very well. In 2007, I was in the bargaining commission that convinced IKEA to go to the Employers Confederation. And I thought, oh, this is a very long project. Maren and Orhan can confirm this. We now really have talks with the employer. And Heiner said something valuable. IKEA determines where we shop, where we live. The yellow and blue boxes are no longer that attractive, and they move to the inner China cities suddenly, and one of 30 major markets worldwide. They have small city stores and consulting studios, and as Heiner said, and those colleagues didn't work in retail anymore, but they kind of, outsourced a consulting company, and they hired employers. And there are even stores without a checkout, so they do have to pay, but they even have to scan the goods they want to shop, and otherwise it's only online shopping and home delivery. And there is even a store in Austria without a parking lot. You can't get there by car, only public transport and bikes. And there is a big showroom, and you order at the premises, and even within 6 hours they can deliver, or within 24 hours. All these are, of course, possibilities, and a trading path. You have logistics people, you have people at the checkout, and people fear for their jobs. And for that reason, we need this bargaining commission. And as an experience from 2007, we were able to convince ver.di. It took quite a long time because the organization in IKEA is not that good. And with the collective bargaining agreement called Future, I hope more people will join ver.di. But it's also due to the employment structures. We have many employment or jobs that is like 80% of the workers work many hours, and to activate them and to make them work for our cause is difficult, but I think we're on the right track. And now we will have initial talks, and in the Ruhr area we've had 4 strike days for the new collective bargaining agreement called Future. And well, our colleague from ver.di is really supporting us, and that's a very good thing indeed.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you, Frank.
Das ist was bei IKEA.
Well, the things going on in IKEA, well, it's really characteristic.
Bei IKEA ein Unternehmen.
What you mentioned, people used to love to work for IKEA. You've been there for 30 or 40 years, and now we notice that people are leaving the company because the conditions are deteriorating all the time, as you said. And it's also about exchangeability, pressure, and being monitored all the time. And we've had a few strike days already nationwide, but I will not elaborate on that because we will hear that during the workshop sessions. If you're curious and if you want to focus on the strategies, then you should go to the respective workshop. And then we heard what happens if at one end of the supply chain, what happens on the other end. Matthias, I'd like to give us a bird's eye view on what Uni Global is doing. What is your international experience concerning the change in trade and retail, and what do you think is the challenge for workers and also trade unions?
Thank you, Maren, for the question. And thank you, Steffi, Mirko, and all the organizers of this for inviting me and Uni Global Union here to take part in this conference. If people don't mind, I'm going to stand up. I'm from New York, and I have too much energy. I think if I'm sitting in that chair, I'm going to be bouncing all around. So Uni Global Union, for those of you who don't know, represents millions of workers in the retail industry all around the world. Over 165 trade unions, retail trade unions, are part of Uni Global Commerce. I was really excited in hearing Steffi's opening remarks that there are workers here from IKEA, from H&M, from Metro Group, Primark, almost all of the multinational companies. And for all of you in attendance, what you should know is that if you're an H&M worker in Hamburg, you're connected to the H&M worker in South Africa. If you work for Metro Group in Dusseldorf, you are connected to the Metro workers who are part of a trade union in Pakistan and in Japan. And if you are a worker in IKEA, you are connected to every IKEA worker around the world that belongs to a trade union wherever IKEA is present. And I say this because this is where we draw our power from. Imagine if you're the head of IKEA, if you're the head of H&M, and you have to come into a room, not just with Maren, not just with Steffi representing IKEA in Germany, but every union in the world where IKEA represents workers. When IKEA meets with Uni Global Union and with ver.di, they know that wherever they do business, we can touch them. We could do something inside their company. And this is where we draw our power from. This is where we get our influence to make change, not just with each individual company, but also within the industry itself. Now, as has been presented by Rainer in the opening remarks of this panel, the digitalization is the biggest disruptor, the biggest cause for change throughout the retail industry. And digitalization means many, many things, too many to go into in this short panel. But what I will bring up is a development that I believe is one of the most insidious or one of the biggest disruptors within retail when it comes to digitalization, and that is the appearance of something called dark stores. Has anyone here heard of the concept of a dark store before? So, a relatively new concept for the German audience. A dark store is you could be walking down the street here in Berlin, and you can see a structure, nothing identifying it. Workers are going in and out, but you can't tell by their clothes. There's nothing that identifies what's inside that building. But if you were to go inside that building, it's actually an H&M store that's not open to the public. Or it's a Carrefour supermarket or a Metro store. And inside that store, there are workers working for Metro, working for H&M, working for Zara, and they are picking orders and delivering orders for the online platforms. The companies don't necessarily tell you they're operating these stores. They sometimes outsource these stores to third-party companies, and they employ migrant labor, they employ labor that they can exploit. These stores operate underneath the sectoral bargaining that you all have set up, and these stores are operating in many, many countries. What I can say as Uni Global Union is that we have been watching the development of these dark stores. Concretely, here in Europe, we have a network of European unions who are working on the dark store issue. We've been meeting once every 3 months, collecting information, collecting research, collecting data, trying to figure out what are we going to do to confront the challenge of dark stores. There has to be ways of regulating this at the EU level, at the policy level, and there has to be ways and efforts of organizing these dark stores and working with the multinational companies to make sure they are identifying when they are using this practice. I will tell you that outside of Europe, we've been taking on the concept of dark stores because they have been very popular in Argentina, Uruguay, and now we are seeing them even in Brazil. And Uni Global Union has been supporting the efforts in Argentina of organizing these stores. And so far, we've had tremendous success in South America, where I believe this concept appeared first. And there's a big company in South America, Mercado Libre and Pedidos Ya, which are the biggest operators of dark stores for multinational companies, and we've been able to successfully organize those stores in South America. What I will tell you is that the main challenge, I think, for us, when we look at this situation globally, and that is capital. Can we move as fast as capital is moving to disrupt this space? And I think that's going to be our #1 challenge. This dark store concept came out of nowhere, and now we see it going all throughout the globe. But the power that we have as Uni, the power that we have when we work globally, is that when a company tries a new method, a new way of digitalization in one country, through our networks, we hear about it. We hear about what's happening in Argentina, we tell the French unions, and they start looking around and they realize the same is happening in France. So going forward, I know we're short on time, so I'll wrap it up here, is that going forward, We look forward to working with you all on global strategies. We look forward to continuing to work with ver.di and German workers on building our alliances within multinational companies and trying to figure out how together we harness this power that we all have of working internationally, working globally, to make a change in the retail sector and to make sure that anything that's happening as it relates to digitalization gets bargained at the bargaining table, and we exert our power and influence to make sure that the disruptions to workers are as less as possible and to influence how this goes forward. So thank you all for allowing me to participate today, and thank you, Maren, for the question.
Vielen Dank, Matthijs, für die globale Perspektive. Und auch bei uns in Deutschland spielen Dark Stores ja mehr und mehr eine Rolle. Ihr habt das ja mitbekommen, auch bei Gorillas, wie sich da jetzt die Beschäftigten versuchen zu organisieren in Berlin. Es ändert Beschäftigung, es ändert Arbeitsverhältnisse. Es macht aber im Zweifel auch was mit dem Bild unserer Innenstädte, mit der Attraktivität. Und es macht auch es bedroht natürlich auch immer die Ladenöffnungszeiten. Das ist für uns in Deutschland auch ein wichtiges Thema. Deswegen auch danke, dass du den Fokus drauf gelegt hast. Stefanie Nutzenberger. So. Genau. Wir haben jetzt schon viel gehört und wir werden heute, der Heiner hat es auch angekündigt, heute Nachmittag noch mal mehr über die Strategien der Beschäftigten und
sorry, I was in the wrong channel. So it would be great if you could sketch out a couple of points. What are the challenges that the changes have that we are seeing and for trade, for retail and international trade as well? And why is that international cooperation important for us and our work here in Germany as well? A very broad question. I would like to pick up on what Frank has said. I've been in retail for 30 years and I think a couple of days more even. And I remember the rolling tills, tills that we had to hit keys, scanner, cashiers, and now no tills anymore. And what unifies us in all of that we were and are able to adapt to every challenge that we face. So our tariff requirements have adapted. We have the tariff discussion future now, as you have said, so we've developed that. And the challenge that we are facing now, as Heiner has described so far, the crucial point is that due to the experience of our competency, of our capability, our knowledge, of what we have been through over the years, that again and again we will be able to face these challenges. What we have developed, and that's the thing that fills me with pride, as I said before, that today we are able to think this internationally. That is something that we were not able to do 20, 25 years ago when we just started it, but today we are able to face these challenges nationally and internationally. We learn from each other. So we are able, if we do make a mistake and something goes wrong, we can pick things up again and go down new ways. And in everything that the employers hand down to us is what we face. What moves me and touches me a lot is what are the interests of our members. Before we used to say what is the interests of the employees. Now we much more look at the interests of our members. What are the people who organize with us? What do they want? And this is very clear. Here we discuss in the tariff commissions. It's about getting rid of the pressure. That's what Heiner described. The work is not monotonously, but it has variety to it. That dequalification is avoided, that we do make contracts to qualify people, that what you said in the changes by digital processes, as you mentioned, that we want to take our part in designing them. That is the challenges that I see as of today, and I think we have one of the best instruments at hand worldwide, which is tariff contracts, and we have co-determination, and that's what we fight for, not only in Germany but internationally. But what worth is a tariff if without an active union? It's not worth the paper it's written on. So that's what we have to find. What do the members want? How do we design the contracts, and how do we stabilize co-determination in Germany and along the whole value chain?
Dank, Steffi.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Genau, also Betriebsräte sind.
So works councils are live democracy, and if you wondered me why I looked at my cell phone, it wasn't a private message. It was the State Secretary Koffler, unfortunately, has to excuse herself due to sickness, but we are happy that Stefanie Lutzenberger and her colleague can welcome Ms. Ginzenberger, who took her place, and she will be presented in a minute. I thank you for your attention. I thank you, the members of the panel. I thank you for the interesting contributions, and I wish all of us a very good event, and feel free to leave the stage. Thank you.
Ja, super. Ich hatte die Hoffnung, ich kann euch eine Pause schicken.
I had the hope of allowing you a break, but that's not the case. We welcome Mrs. Genster. That's the moment for an applause.
Frau Genske ist
Ms. Genske is responsible for sustainable transformation, global supply chains. I'm happy to see you again. We met last week at the opening event of ISSA. That was a very interesting keynote. You have the stage right away. Thank you very much for coming here spontaneously. Please feel free to move closer. For us, it's very important that the ministry is here. You have active unionists here, works councils from Germany and from Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Brazil. I hope I get everybody. India, South Africa, Brazil. I mentioned Brazil. So in that sense, we are international here, and we are looking forward to your words. The stage is yours. Please go ahead.
Ja, sehr geehrte Frau
Thank you, Ms. Lutzenberger, dear ladies and gentlemen. A platform for international exchange is what this conference is to be. That is exactly the right approach, because protecting workers does not know any national boundaries. Everybody worldwide has a right to live without hunger and poverty, or for dignified work without any toxic influences, and participating in general context of society. The topics that you discuss here are very dear to us at the ministry as well. We live in moved times where it is more than ever necessary to together implement human and working rights along the global supply chains. The quickly moving climate change, the economic and social consequences of COVID and the Russian attack on Ukraine show us how it is important to make supply chains resilient and transparent and sustainable. And not only in Germany and Europe, but worldwide. To give a contribution to this and pay the duty of companies since 2020, from 2023 onwards, we'll have the Delivery Chain Act, and that means human rights observation is not a question of voluntarily, and over 100,000 children have to work worldwide, and UNICEF assumes that the pandemic effect can move more children to child labor. Child labor mustn't be made a competitive advantage. And ver.di has made a great contribution, together with many NGOs, to that Delivery Chain Act. Together with the whole process, you have been through the delivery of that act, and the unions also play an important role in implementing the legislation, because it has a rule to allow ver.di, national and other national NGOs, to take companies in front of German courts. But the EU has a big responsibility to reduce the consequences our consumption has in other parts of the world, and this is why we have presented a strong European Supply Chain Act. And I would like to invite all of you to play an active role in that European legislation process, because in global supply chains, it is important to take care for the working relationships and improving them for millions of people worldwide. This allows big development politics, and an effective EU Supply Chain Act will support the resilience of the southern countries of the global south. And besides unions, they play a big role beyond the legal act. Employment is a central lever against poverty, and this is why our development policy aims to create good jobs, fair income, and insist that the partnership countries adhere to the international norms. ILO is an important partner for the Development Ministry. The work agenda is the guideline for our political engagement and commitment to create humane work conditions. This includes social dialogue as well, in which unions play a major role. A concrete example is the special initiative for trainings of the ministry. In the context of this initiative, in Ethiopia, we cooperate with Ethiopia to create humane working conditions in the agricultural sector. With that goal, we also support the social dialogue and integrative tariff negotiations. With the cooperation with non-governmental actors and stakeholders, and the social society as a whole is what we want to extend. An important example of a multi-stakeholder partnership in unions involved is the Association for Sustainable Textile Industry, which is driven as a key figure by the industry and by the ministry, and many organizations, unions, and the federal government are in this in order to improve the social and ecologic conditions in global textile production. At the example of the textile sector, we can see how the work is improved and strengthened worldwide. Dr. Kovler was asked to give the Laudatio for Matvini Valputa Purismami, this year's winner of the Bremen Solidarity Prize. As the co-founder of the Women Initiative March Forward, she was honored for her work for the right of female workers in the Indian textile industry. In the textile industry, many women are employed worldwide, and often they are subjected to violence. In Bangladesh, 75% of the textile workers reported verbal attacks. 20% complained about physical attacks. In India, 60% of the female workers report that they are harassed in many different ways. And we fight for the right of working in unions and against violence between women and girls. With their courage, she contributed to break the silence on sexual violence in the Indian textile industry. Her commitment has shown a path that can be taken to go beyond India and stop violence, sexual-based violence. In the agreements involving an Indian company is an international milestone because it creates mechanisms to support victims on one side, to make conflict solution transparent and stop private retaliation. But much more has to happen to fight violence against women effectively. And this is why Ms. Schulze, when she took office end of 21, developed a feminist development politics as one of her focal points in work. And with that, I like to finish off with what I started. Also, the equalization of both genders can be achieved with all stakeholders cooperating. I thank ver.di and all of you for your tireless work for good working conditions and social justice. Without the commitment of the works councils and the unions, we would miss important partners in working for a fair world. Thank you for that.
Herzlichen Dank,
Thank you
Sie
for
gekommen sind.
joining us.
Moment,
I hope you have a little moment. We would be very happy
wenn Sie
if you
gerne Platz nehmen.
were to take a seat.
Wir haben jetzt
Now we have something which I hope you are just as happy about as me when I heard it the first time, the inauguration of an exhibition. Thank you.
und
And during that exhibition,
gibt es
there is
Getränke.
opening of the exhibition. There is coffee and drinks. I'm looking over to Marin
Stimmen
to not promise anything
werden
that I can't keep here.
jetzt das
Now
den Live
we are going to switch off the live stream until the afternoon session.
alle die uns
So for everybody who follows us on their screens,
herzlich ein.
and I would like to invite you now to move over to the room next door.
Das schon gesehen haben.
Maybe you've seen the coffee bar.
Sorgt euch erstmal Getränken.
Refresh yourselves. We'll keep it a bit flexible.
Dann darf ich euch herzlich einladen.
And then I'd like you to invite you to the inauguration of the exhibition. And of course, you are dearly invited as well.
Die habe ich nicht, wann wir uns wieder treffen.
When are we going to carry on?
12 wieder hier.
At 12, we will meet again here. So after the coffee and the water, whatever you'd like to drink, and the opening of the exhibition, back here to the plenum.
Ja, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, wir hoffen, ihr hattet
Colleagues,
schöne Pause.
we hope you've had a nice break and enjoyed the food and that you don't suffer from any postprandial tiredness. Well, before we start off with our second round of workshops, well, we are going to talk about workshops about strategies and where we will hear reports about H&M activities, and we will also hear from Reva, somebody from the Department for Sustainability, so that we also get the entrepreneurial point of view and also the Supply Chains Act. Well, before doing so, we would like to use this opportunity in order to introduce the Wine Network. And together with the Rosa-Luxemburg Foundation and with the Casaro colleagues from South Africa, we are about to set up international cooperation where the value chain of South American wine will be in the focus. Martin, Trevor, and Ryan, we would like to welcome you on stage so that you can tell us something about the network and current developments.
Hi. Eine Bitte an die Technik. Könnt ihr uns die Weinpräsentation zeigen?
Well, a question for the technicians. I would also like to show the exchange presentation.
Okay. So, willkommen zu unserer zweiten Netzwerkpräsentation.
Welcome to our second network presentation. We would like to tell you something about the Wine Network. It's an association of colleagues from South Africa and Germany. And we set off 2 years ago when
wir dieselben Probleme haben.
we noticed that we are experiencing the same problems, precarious work, particularly among women, and too few collective bargaining agreements and working conditions that put strain on our health. We now want to start off with our work, and we were wondering how we could get stronger in the future.
Warum Deutschland?
Why Germany? Well, Germany is the second largest buyer of South African wine, and this has consequences because the wine retail dictate the prices for wine in South Africa, which again impacts the living conditions there. More than 600 people lose their job because the pressure on prices is too high. Job losses annually, and we have a survey from female workers' working conditions, and this along the supply chain. So we took a look at the supply chains and also retail. I used to have the romantic idea that wine is matured in casks, but what looks like rocket science was steel tanks. Well, the pressure on the colleagues in South Africa is especially strong because these tanks shift the power positions towards Germany. And my colleague will explain what happens in South Africa.
Yes, I mean, this, as we can see, that is precisely the workers who are working in the vineyards who are organizing under the banner of Curaçao. This is where the rich are enjoying themselves. Ordinary workers in the vineyards don't enter. South Africa is still a state where the police are being used to suppress protest and to undermine and the struggle of workers and working people. You see, this is a very typical South African story in terms of the condition, specifically farm worker women are under very bad conditions. And that is why the wine in Germany is so cheap, because of these type of conditions. I will just give over to my colleague in terms of this.
Yeah, in South Africa, this is very common. We were discussing now in the groups that we have. If we talk about ethical standards on the farm, you can see that guy is spraying without any protection. This is how it happens on a daily basis on the farms. I remember even the picture on the Yale front, I just want to, was from Uran, was in that picture. Now, he said at that time that he was so, he was, that guy impressed him so because he was feeling sorry for the guy. That's how the bosses act. So he wanted to give him a few euros just because he was, he was sorry for him. But that is a typical way what they do in South Africa. They don't care about the health of workers, so you spray without any protection.
Yeah, this person, he got a name, his name is Fuyani. He's a senior shop steward. And he has the ability to unite workers. And he have basically unite African and colored workers where there was division amongst black workers. And he was identified as a person that should be dismissed by the company. So he was dismissed for other reasons, so they find reasons to dismiss workers that are uniting workers. Yeah, this is what.
Wir haben uns dann die Frage gestellt, was können wir tun? Und wir sind in einen
We then try to find out what we could do. We, as a Thai International, try to find out how we could tackle the problems together. We organized a joint workshop with an exchange of information between South Africa, Brazil, and Germany. And then we identified methods for what could be done.
Yeah, now for us in South Africa, this was totally something new because we are used to train only shop stewards, but now we have started it with workers, and it really inspired us ourselves because workers now open up, they talk about their problems. In the past, they didn't used to do that, so that was something very critical for us.
Und es funktioniert.
And it really works. What you can see is colleagues from South Africa using Brazilian methods, and we met in order to discuss our problems.
An sich gehöre ich gar nicht hierher,
Well, basically, I shouldn't be speaking here, and how it should be workers, really, but we only just set up the one network. Our colleagues came here, and we were thrown back due to the pandemic. At 5:30, we would like to have the first network meeting together with the Brazilians, so from Rewe, Edeka, Kaufland, food retail. They should be integrated in this network, and I really look forward to initiating it at 5:30 today.
Wurde schon nach der Arbeitsgruppe gefragt, oder? Genau, machen wir nachher. Jetzt gehen wir...
Yes, we'll focus on the working group later. We will now go to panel 2 together, and we are going to talk about healthy and sustainable working conditions along the value and supply chains. I would like to welcome Mr. Hein. He works with Rewe, and he has specialized in sustainability for a long time. Mr. Heim, a warm welcome. You're going to talk about sustainable conditions in Rewe along the value and supply chains. And I would also like to welcome Sandra. Sandra is part of the trade union Orange Juice Network. Sandra, please join us on stage.
Und liebe Fug, wo ist er?
And
hier herzlich willkommen. Fug ist Mitglied der Bundestag.
Is a member of the H&M Federal Trade Union Commission.
Und beschäftigt bei COS.
And she works with COS. Well,
Miteinander ein Verständnis ausgetauscht haben über
after getting a joint understanding about mutual situations and the current changes, we would like to do the next step and identify joint strategies and strategies of companies concerning sustainability, about the approaches for the representation at the trade union and company levels. How will we shape the future, and what strategies should we adopt? Well, the digitalization bargaining agreement in H&M, an exchange of information in the Orange Network, and together with Mr. Heim as a company representative from Rewe. We will certainly have fruitful discussions, and I will now swap my seats. Well, Fug, as I already mentioned, you work with COS and you're a member of the H&M Federal Bargaining Commission. Why do you want to conclude this bargaining agreement? Why is it so important?
Ja, also der Grund, weswegen wir einen Tarifvertrag.
Well, the reason why we want to conclude a joint federal bargaining agreement was that there was a wrong entrepreneurial decision, and this was that thousands of jobs were dismantled, and the reason was that H&M kept capitalizing on bricks and mortar stores instead of online retail. And after taking this decision, they kept really expanding their outlet network, and we expanded to a degree that we kind of cannibalized ourselves. So there were stores sometimes even in the same street of a city, and this of course had consequences. And when H&M finally understood that they were lagging behind in terms of digitalization, they wanted to introduce new technologies almost overnight, as soon as any possible, without any consultation, if any possible. And we as Works Council members, we noticed that we were reaching our limits, because the Industrial Relations Act really gives us co-determination in certain affairs, but when it comes to the use of technology, it is only 87.6 that is decisive, and thus there was little we could do against the closing of stores, and we understood that if we wanted to do something against this, we would have to go beyond the Industrial Relations Act, and we thought a collective bargaining agreement would be good, because it would be an ideal tool to secure jobs and also individual stores, to force our employer to comply with the agreement. And this laid the foundation so that we could get a digitalization collective agreement, but securing jobs and stores is not enough, we noticed, because the job cuts were linked with the H&M future concept, which meant that they wanted to practice a new store concept. And if we want to achieve a situation where we are not replaced by technology, but assisted by technology instead, and that we could co-shape its use and application, because one of our main demands is that there will be information and consultation of workers in the digitalization process, and that we could create our own standards going beyond the Industrial Relations Act in a way that we as Works Council members could strengthen our rights and as trade unionists. Okay, and looking back, do you think that your activities as a Works Council member in that body with a new approach using a collective agreement, was it worthwhile, and were you proved right? Well, the activities have changed, because we have noticed more and more that H&M is trying to weaken their Works Council members and Works Councils, and using these tactics, well, with this future concept, there are two building blocks, really. One is to cut jobs, and the second one is flexibilization. And by cutting jobs, which happens by closing stores,
Volunteerprogramm, was aber
And there is also a volunteer program, which in fact was not voluntary, because workers got the offer to leave the company against payment of a small amount, but everybody didn't get this offer, but only certain groups of workers that happened to be inflexible enough, mainly mothers or people who have health impairments, and people who were not available or hardly available during the weekends, and they got an offer for these contracts, and well, there was pressure also from the part of employees, because H&M was fueling fears, and everybody was fearing like our store may be closed next. And well, like if workers said we want more information and so on, every delay was interpreted as a blocking, and due to the European Works Council, stores are closed and workers are laid off. Thus, there were sentiments against the EWC also. Okay, so due to the collective agreement, a new form of communicating with the employer was created? Yes, because we are no longer in a situation where we have to react to the employer, but we can now take things into our own hands and co-shape the future. And it didn't happen overnight that we suddenly said, oh, we want a new collective agreement, but it is a very long process, because first of all, you have to inform your colleagues and show them what's going on in H&M and what are the potential problems that could arise and what will happen if we remain inactive. And thus we were able to convince our colleagues that the new collective agreement will be the only way to counteract these current trends. Thus, colleagues understood that certain statements from H&M are just lies, and that a new collective agreement is the best possible thing we can get for ourselves. Okay, in different industry or partial industry, a different country, and well, Sandra, I think you will need a long breath, stamina, and you have a big joint goal to improve working conditions. You are part of the Orange Juice Network.
Und mich und viele andere interessiert.
I'm interested, and many others are. Maybe we could give us some examples on the situation of the workers. How did the health aspects and involve them?
As condições no Brasil, a gente sabe que é bem parecida com outros países.
So the situation in Brazil is similar as in other countries. We experience big difficulties in joining up the trade unions in certain places, in particular in terms of transparency. The employees, it's difficult for them to understand how much they really earn.
Vai aparecer aqui para vocês. Então, essa pesagem é feita através de uma.
We also see a presentation here. It's difficult for them to know how much they earn because they are paid by weight, and the counterweight is a piece of wood, and so for them it's difficult to understand how much they will get at the end of the month.
Só para eu ver se está mudando, por favor. Muito obrigada. Nós temos a presença de 3 grandes empresas do setor.
We have 3 different companies, big companies in the region, in this sector, and we have developed instruments to come together with their workers and try to address these problems, in particular with respect to the weighing of the work performed. They had great doubts in that. That was the main point on the list of problems that they have. And in the unions, we did some training to apply these tools, and we have developed them together with the workers. We have about 80 people who carry out a monitoring, and we have a mapping, which is one of the tools in order to scope the needs of the workers. We managed to get one of the big companies in the orange juice sector to do a mapping on the land, and by that the workers could be sure that their voice was heard and the problems that they talked about were not did not have a negative effect on the workers themselves. The problems that the workers report could be negotiated, and we managed to introduce some changes here, because on the basis of this knowledge of the workers, we were able to get to the point that the company didn't get to, which was that we found a good solution in the end. For example, here we see the first picture on the left-hand side is this piece of wood which they use to measure the weight of what they have plucked. And you have no idea of how much this piece of wood weighs. And it could be lighter or heavier. And this is why in our negotiations we insisted to have a better way of, a more transparent way to see this, to weigh these oranges. So now we have been using scales, and we have developed an app. Scales that's connected to the tractor, and now every worker could find out how much they had harvested per day, and this information was given to the app, so the real weight, and then the worker even gets a receipt of the weight that he had delivered, and not just on a visual average estimate of the supervisor. And there was also improvements in the payment itself. Before, there was a person, an intermediate person between the company and the worker. That was the person who evaluated the quantity of the harvest. So now this has been taken out of their hands of responsibility, and now it is directly with the human resources of the company, and this department also gets the receipt of the oranges harvested. So the worker knows that they are fully seen, their problems are seen and taken seriously by these solutions of his problems, and so now things were done to improve transparency. The unions were also able to come closer to the workers by us visiting the farms to do the mappings, and there were changes in the work legislation as well, and it was tried to keep the unions away from the workers, but by the mapping we could get closer to them, and we could also make sure that more people actually got organized in the unions. Because we, as representatives of the workers, went there directly and showed instruments that brought solutions, and the workers saw that it does work, that they actually have dependable results, and that was an important piece of knowledge for them. Also, the company itself had its doubts and didn't know how much actually was harvested at the end of the day, how many oranges and what weight had been passed on to the factory for juice production. So the company did not have any idea on the transported volumes and harvested volumes. So the result was effective for both sides, and it is a result that we had long worked for. And there are other topics that we are waiting for a solution for a long time. We have done other achievements as well, but I don't want to elaborate on these at this point. We were actually able to implement a lot of changes. Today, we have heard a couple of examples, and I think that gives us an impression on the long fight that we, or you, have fought to deliver the success which you did deliver with the health mapping together with the company, that you were able to do so. And this success, which you transported as well directly to the colleagues in South Africa. Thank you for joining us here and letting us participate. And now I will turn to my right side, Mr. Heim. For REWE, sustainability is a dominant topic for a long time, as far as I can see from the outside. But how does the company anchor the topic of sustainability and good working conditions and health along the supply chain? And maybe you could also comment on this in context with the new due diligence obligations. Well, first, I thank you for the invitation. I've never been guest at a union, so I thank you for inviting me. At REWE, we have been working on sustainability since 2007, and one of the main topics was driven by ver.di, orange juice. How do we anchor it? There is a couple of approaches, especially in the against the background of the supply chain obligations. On one side, if we talk to suppliers, we've implemented this so-called code of conduct. For you, what that means for us, just to give you an explanation, we have over 7,000 suppliers, and these need to be managed. So we give them an obligation to asking them to sign that they will maintain the respective work and human rights. Of course, we can't control it with all 7,000. It's a goodwill declaration. We say, you say you will do so, and we assume that suppliers who have submitted and signed such an agreement actually adhere to it. But we also look at the risks. What is the biggest risks? It's not all the same throughout the chain, depending on the raw materials. It also depends on where they source from. So if we get things from Asia, this is a bit different from what we get from Germany. So if we are in risk countries, we have social audits on site. We've apply the ISCI, and so the request these social audits and look at them. We supply corrective action plans if certain standards are not adhered, and that may even lead to us delisting certain suppliers, but that's only the end. It's not the point if they don't get the standards right away that we separate from them, but it's also about developing them as well. That's important for us, but in the consequence that may also contribute. And the third pillar is the raw material, where it is planted, where does it come from, what type of raw material we have. Here we work with certifications, and we do that because, in general, we have no contractual relationship with the planting of the raw material. That applies for oranges just as it does for coca. We have no contract with the farmers. So we have to make sure that we can fulfill this responsibility throughout the supply chain. Of course, certifications help with that. Of course, we also know that certifications are not the end of the game. Sometimes the rules promise more than we get in terms of results. But apart from talking about the standards, by requesting audits and checking that we adjust the regulations of the standards, improve them, we have not found very far-reaching regulations to do that for the masses. We always say we want to do a lot of scaling. And the fourth point, and that is something where we as a company really try to go through the supply chain right down to the material, is lighthouse projects. We've got one with Fairtrade for oranges in Brazil, where we have not yet achieved to deliver the right results and the wages that pay a living, but it aims to give training to the small farmers on site, health precautions, pay a little more as well. We are not yet there to provide a full income, but it shows that we are committed here. We have set up a supply chain so we can make that sure. We've done the same thing for chocolate, for coca, which is a fair trade project as well, where throughout the supply chain we provide a higher income for this local farmer, and of course always in connection with health and occupational protection. So these are the four elements to work with once the lighthouse projects, and then to scale it to large scale. What would Lighthouse do if we don't have a mass effect? And we know from Panau, the large scale is the marathon. That's the difficult stuff. Changing the industry, improving throughout the supply chain. That is where what we need quite a long breath for, Mr. Kern. This can't be done in a day. We would have liked this faster as well, but we're not the only stakeholders who need to be convinced. And you asked for the diligence obligations in the supply chain. This is something that we are intensively working with at the moment. The due diligence is not set forth in a way that we have a recommendation of what action to take. in that respect. So at the moment, we are looking at the products. It's about thinking on how to manage these 7,000 suppliers that I have just mentioned. How can we set the risks to look where we do have the risks? That's what we're doing at the moment. In the second half of the year, we are going to write to all the so-called risk suppliers, ask for a self-assessment, and then evaluate them to see whether we have to take individual measures or not. Whether that heals it, I don't think so, but I think that's the next step that we do to address this topic. Thank you. Maybe a short comment. We've heard from the health mapping, and you talked about the broadening the range, and that brought me to the question, how can we roll this out? What role can Rewe play to roll it out if we say it's a good instrument, as Sandra has described to us? Where are you, as the representative of your company, where do you see opportunities to roll this out and get others on board? Well, we have quite a big network as well. I have a network that I can build up on. We talk to many people in the supply chain. What can we contribute? Well, we can contribute with what we're already doing, with the experience that we have through the supply chains. But if we have to address health issues, we would need more people in the game. So for us, that would be it. And that is implementing the standards is difficult. It's a lot of work. We talked about what standards, so whatever certificate we may have, may be global, so it's not only German standards. So we don't have to convince them about Germany alone. We have to convince them internationally. And for oranges, Germany is sure an important orange country, but not the only one. So we have to scale this up, and we have to do what we do most of the time, asking, demanding, trying to be a positive role model, for example, with the lighthouse projects that we set up, and by standing by with our experience and make a contribution to the discussion. We have a little time left, so I'll turn over to Fock. There was a term, we want to involve the employees in the development of the future concept.
Okay. Okay. It's fine. An dem Zukunftskonzept. Und Sandra.
So the future concept, and Sandra has just said,
Sie haben gewonnen.
They have won by exchanging or sharing experience with the employees. Could you maybe make that a little more concrete for the audience, what that means and what's important to you in that? Well, basically, we have three modules in demands. One is the involvement of the employees in the future concept and future digitization. That's module 1. Second is participation of the employees in healthy work, and module 3 is the participation in job security. And as you may have taken from what I said, it all involves the participation of the employees. Why? Because they are the ones who work with the customers, who work with the new technology. So only they know what the work must look like and what the technology must look like, so that it is of help and not a strain due to the work or the requirements. And this is why we ask everybody to be involved in it. So point one, it means that we as Works Councils, as overall Works Councils, and the representatives of the employees in due time are informed in due time, and that we agree on a process in which digitization can be accelerated in its implementation. So at the moment, it's a very tedious process where you have to decide whether we have participation or not, and until all of that has been clarified, it's too late sometimes. Digitization is a fast-moving thing, and we want to have a quick solution as well, because we also want to be pioneers and role model in digitization. And that is why I said we want to agree on a process that speeds things up. And one of the possibilities is that we set up a digitization advisory board to look into all the questions regularly and address these issues independent of the question whether there is co-participation or not, or co-participation of the Works Council or not. And then we have opportunity to have that in the Works Council, anchored in the Works Council, to speed things up. And we can work with checklists, for example, to go through the points that need to be touched upon, asking whether the introduction of this technology meets our requirements for a humane type of work. And that takes us to point two, which is the participation of the employees in a healthy work environment. And that would mean that on one side, of course, we evaluate the workers regularly, asking them in how far the technology helped it, where is some adjustments that need to be made, and that is, so to say, the point in Module 2. We want to introduce technology in a way that does not give extra tasks to the employer, as we fear, or give us the task, but we should be the ones who are masters of the work, and technology should be there to assist us to be more productive. And in Module 3, of course, we ask secure jobs, and that makes it necessary that we are well qualified. And with qualification, we're not only talking about qualification on how to operate the technology, but also the qualification in terms of our areas of expertise. In that point, what differentiates us from online business? So that is shopper tendency, advising customers, which is much better than an app can do. And beyond that, it's also important that the management is trained as well, that they are involved in this process, so that they do know on how to work with new technologies, and how can I, for example, come up with the idea that the workers want to have special work times, and at the same time not harm the company's profit, but to harmonize these things. And for this, it's important that the management is trained respectively, and that's the core points. That means you want to speed up the processes. You want to provide your capability to the company. You want to have the best consultants of the company that there are, which is the employees. get them on board. So you have to wonder, why doesn't H&M do it? Because they've got the best, what can happen to them, competency and experience. And so what impresses me is your long breath, really. I wanted to make this sure you have said so. I know the time that you have been working on this and how that's being discussed. So I wish you all success in that. I wish us all success in that. And this is your round of applause for you and your colleagues.
Ja, hier gab es einen Wechsel. Ihr habt das
Well, and there has been a change. So Mara has now taken over, and she's introduced herself already. She's part of the Orange Juice Network, and Sandra talked about concrete success concerning collective bargaining when it comes to large corporations, and how do we develop this further? How do we develop our future strategies? My question for you, what type of further development do you see for international cooperation? And if you were able to make a wish in order to further strengthen trade union activities, maybe in dialogue with a company such as Rewe. Mara, you have the floor.
Obrigada, Steffi. Só justificar que a nossa colega teve uma emergência, então.
Thank you for granting me the floor. I just briefly wanted to mention that I'm standing in for my colleague because she has to leave us for a short time. Supply chains. Well, ver.di and I have developed a format that enables us to enter into a dialogue. This started a few years ago. We started this dialogue with Rewe and Kaufland in order to illustrate the situation on the ground in Brazil. And we were enabled to implement these results at certain locations. And this is the result we got in cooperation with a company, more than 80,000 workers, 50,000 of which are located in Sao Paulo alone. And we want that this experience benefits a lot more workers. That means we need economies of scale for this experience. That's one basic insight we got. The situation in Brazil is very difficult. Trade unions are attacked and weakened due to the reforms that were implemented that cut workers' rights. And in this context, we need support, and we need to strengthen trade unions in order to implement true change. And we have got a certain level of international experience. German companies do have an influence in Brazil. For that reason, it is under no circumstances that we should accept, for example, that companies would oppress trade unions or prevent them from collective bargaining. We all agree in saying that it is really absurd nowadays to even conceive ideas like these. And another point is a certification of our workers or for our workers. In Brazil, we are currently discussing that nobody is listening to workers when it comes to certification activities. Also, when we have collective agreements, if the legislation as such is weakened in Brazil, we can end up in a situation that certain collective agreements will not be fulfilled. We should discuss that as well. Our hope, or also our question, is that trade unions will be strengthened and their positions have to be strengthened too. We have also gained multi-sectorial experiences, so negotiations between trade unions and companies or bargaining activities lead to the fact that NGOs are also joining the negotiation table. And as my colleague already pointed out, the participation and co-determination, that is the magic word in order to find a broad consensus and to achieve results that are sustainable. Our trade union experience allows us to contact workers on the one hand, but at the same time, we can see more clearly which conditions actually prevail at a given time. We need to develop concepts where workers become active subjects at the negotiation table, and this needs to be implemented across the supply chain and the value chain. And I heard about your activities with Rewe, and we also work with Rewe, but we need call upon more players so that we get an active and strong negotiation position so that we can expand our activities to the entire value chain, and our international activities need to be strengthened too. We as trade unions need joint floors and joint arenas to gain power, collective power. And it's also important that we get support, clear support that is sustainable, especially for our work in Brazil. Thank you. A big round of applause for Mara and for your activities and dedication. Thank you for also testing the health mapping initiative. And when it comes to certification, and this is my last round of questions, actually, I heard in talks with certifying bodies that it is a very long-winded process. So my question would be to you as a division manager for sustainability. Do you have any hints for us for joint activities along the supply and value chains so that we gain momentum, so that health mapping and other tools will be used as a standard?
Also, ja. Standardzertifizierer.
Yes, standard and certification, these are big words and lofty goals. What we should try to find out, I think it was with Pamau, how can we create economies of scale? How can we integrate more companies and maybe more brands in order to discuss whether the standardizers could join us in developing criteria that do not serve as global standards, but maybe one could say we will define something where we can commit to as German retailers and then call for the implementation of such standards. It can work. I mean, if all big four agree in that, let's see whether this will be successful in order to motivate the suppliers to implement that. We have a worldwide share of 40%, I think, in Germany in buying fruit juice worldwide. And we can discuss jointly whether this could be a strategy that we could embark on jointly. But this could potentially be a strategy, and if so, we will join you. Okay, a joint network.
miteinander aus.
And when we had a mutual exchange, we said there are different interests in Rewe and ver.di, but at that point, there are no diverging interests. It's about really improving the living and working conditions along the value chain for the workers in Brazil and to approach the certifiers together with the active trade union members. And they will learn in Brazil what is being done in other industries. And the big joint goal, well, this is where I would like to end the plenary part. Thank you very much, Mr. Heim, for joining us. Fuk Mara, thank you very much for your contributions. Dear plenary, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I will hand back the floor to Maren.
Nee, keine Diskussion, aber ich wollte eine Anmerkung machen. Das passt auch ganz gut.
Just one remark. I think that is very fitting. What the certifiers, the legislators, and Panau, what they are doing is really good. We're all active, but the core business of trade unions is the collective agreement. This conference should also serve the question of how we can develop our collective bargaining activities. And what we just heard from Mara, that the right weighing has been obtained in a long struggle. This is a right grouping for retail companies. This is what matters. And we should develop that further. And Mr. Heim, a question for you, but also to our colleagues. How can we succeed in order to develop the ideas further, whether we will organize a collective policy that works at both ends, here and in Brazil, but also in between, that collective agreements and collective approaches can be developed so that our colleagues raise their awareness. And this is what this conference should be used for as well. Thank you.
Herr Heim hat gesagt,
Well, Mr. Heim said that he can say a lot about sustainability, and collective bargaining is not his specialization. For that reason, we agreed that we should keep the focus on sustainability and discuss with Rewe at other places, because if I understood you correctly, there will be an exchange, and thank you very much once again for joining us today. I would like to thank Mara and Fuk, and we are specialists for collective bargaining, and we will have a fruitful exchange in the future as well. Thank you.
Ja, dann bleibt mir jetzt die.
Well, then it is my task to ask or to say goodbye to the audience of the live stream. I do hope you enjoyed this, and I now look forward to opening the floor to the coffee break. I think everybody is growing a bit tired now. There will be a coffee break until 4 p.m. And you were shaking your head? No. Okay. Until 4 p.m. we'll have our coffee break, and then we meet once again in this room
für die Workshops aufzuteilen.
in order to find groups for the workshops. So see you at 4 p.m. Oh, and by the way, a cell phone has been found.
Okay.
Okay, it's been handed back to the owner already. Okay, then enjoy the break.